Charlie 6, Minneapolis Airport, Delta, cross from my 30 left on the other side, join Charlie and Charlie 5, monitor ground 49.
Cross 30, Charlie, Charlie 5 and .9, touch 6.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. It's a wonderful Wednesday for plane spotting, and we hope you can stick along for the ride. Join us as we spot the aviation mecca of Minnesota. Good to have you along for the ride. If I haven't said it already, Alex Redding, joined by Micah Larson. Micah, good to have you on the channel for the first time ever. Talk about your background in aviation and just kind of what you're looking forward to today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Alex. Beautiful day, as you said. I am an undergraduate student in aviation management, and just love the atmosphere we have out here. Beautiful day, and we'll be hoping to see some good action from KLM later in the day, as well as we saw some 2-2 operations actually for a brief moment before we started the stream. A little bit of a surprise for us there. But yeah, should be a great broadcast today.
It should. Do keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we will not have the live ATC up today, partially because our network was being very fussy with us about adding too many things. There's only so much bandwidth before a network can get fussy, especially at an airport like this where connectivity's not the greatest, but we'd rather have a stream than not. You got to have the basic elements in place.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to waste a gorgeous Wednesday such as today.
For sure. So today we got runway 30 left in operation. Winds are 240 at about 8 knots. Should be hopefully seeing an update there. We were having some gusting earlier before we started the stream, which may lend itself well to another runway 22 departure, possibly with our heavies. Delta 1352 crossed the static cam there for a moment. Airbus 321-200 variant, departing for Fort Lauderdale.
We've also got some fantastic technology that's going to come into play here this afternoon, Micah, because of all the generous donations that people have given us, and even just our Patreon supporters, our sponsors. We were able to make some critical investments at the end of March and into the first week of April, just trying to get everything set up. That's why we really couldn't get out here and stream. And well, of course, the weather played a factor in that too, but
Absolutely.
yeah, we're excited to roll out some new camera gear. Of course, you're not going to see it on camera, but you are going to notice the end product.
Yes, that action camera footage should be just stunningly stable today, thanks to a new Ronin SC gimbal.
It was Delta 866 off to Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International Airport. I love going to the Gulf Coast of Florida when I have the opportunity. I've been to RSW many times. Mike, I don't know if you've been there, but it's one of the fastest growing airports in the U.S.
It is amazing. Florida does seem to be one of the big aviation growth areas, specifically Fort Myers. Got quite a few departures lining up to wait at the end of 30 left. Momentarily, we should be seeing SkyWest 3945. It's a Delta connection flight operated by SkyWest, departing for SDF, Louisville, Kentucky.
Also, another one of the feature attractions this afternoon, we'll see KLM 656 Heavy depart for Amsterdam with the 777-200. Who's excited for that?
I sure am, that's for sure. There's that Sky West. An Embraer E175 long range. Pretty young aircraft still, only 7 years old. Got a charter making their way out here. NetJets 241. Bombardier Challenger 650. Headed out to Seattle. Always amazed at the climb rate on those things. Absolutely rocketing. And we got Sun Country taxiing there. It's 105. That will be making its way out to Las Vegas here shortly.
November 837. Sierra Yankee is the registration on that jet. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, glad to have you with us on this absolutely fabulous Wednesday for plane spotting in the north. The forecast for the high temperature today, expected to get close to 70 degrees.
It is certainly gorgeous. No doubt about it. And there we have Delta 1454, Boeing 737-900ER, off to Denver, Colorado. Boy, that windsock showing those prevailing winds, still favoring 3-0 left for most of us. Hopefully we can see a 2-2 departure today. That'd be really something.
We got a 757 on the move, Micah.
Absolutely gorgeous aircraft. Flying pencil.
This is Delta 878 off to Orlando.
Gotta say, that's probably one of the most elegant looking aircraft to grace MSP. .757 is 21 years old. Originally in Northwest. Bird, it looks like. Registration 587 November Whiskey. And we got Endeavor heading out. It's Endeavor 5430 on its way to Cincinnati, Ohio. Mitsubishi CRJ 900 LR. Boy, what a beautiful day. Plenty of folks enjoying the aircraft here at the aircraft viewing area. No shortage of entertainment today.
We'll just think about it later on. We're going to get the KLM 777 departing off of 30 left in absolutely stunning lighting.
That should be a treat. And here we got Southwest 6023. Their classic Boeing 737-800 variant. That's off to Austin, Texas. And we can expect that Sun Country flight we saw taxiing earlier. It should be departing here in just a moment. You're still on the action shot. And there it is. Sun Country 105, departing Minneapolis St. Paul International for Las Vegas. 737-800 variant, just like the Southwest just departed. And as Alex said, that's 837 Sierra Yankee. And that 757 that we saw taxiing earlier, that one should also be coming in here shortly. It's currently holding short for Delta 1169, landing 30 left. It's coming in from Fort Myers. A little gusty here. And taxiing across the static cam is that one that we just had come in. Delta 1169 from Fort Myers. And with that departing the runway, we should be ready for Delta 878, that 757 we just saw a moment ago. Should be headed out. Yeah, and there it is. Delta 878, a Boeing 757-300. The moniker being the Flying Pencil. And as Alex mentioned, that one's off to MCO, Orlando. And as we mentioned with the new gimbal, we have just some awesome stabilized footage, so let us know what you think in the comments if it's looking awesome today.
This is part of what your amazing contributions have gone towards.
Absolutely.
Because I have to stand up on a ladder to clear the top of the fence to get these lovely views. This is what Terminal 1 is looking like right now on this Wednesday afternoon.
Definitely not quiet, but Still a good volume of traffic today at MSP.
There's a look at the end of Econ course. American Airlines occupies the very end of Econ course. That's where all of the foreign carriers to Terminal 1 typically tend to congregate if they're not international heavies. So in Concourse E, American occupies the end of those gates. You also have Air Canada, Spirit is even in Concourse E, United.
Yep. Delta 1105 jetting off to Indianapolis.
Going to Naptown. Arriving from Chicago O'Hare, it is Envoy Air 3663.
And we'll see how far Envoy taxis down here. It seems like quite a few of these flights have been making their way a little bit extra length down 30 left here, giving us some pretty nice shots both on the static cam and the action cam today.
Something you were talking about to me before we went live to air today amidst our temporary network frustration. It's always a battle that we're going to fight live streaming no matter where we are.
Yep.
But that was something that I observed. I know that you had spoken to that effect about how long some of these landing rolls were. Of course, that's good for us because the 30s are active. That means that they're going to be landing away from us.
Right.
Coming towards us. It's good for takeoffs, though. Very good.
Yes, for sure. Especially if they're nice and loaded up. Our relative humidity is only about 32% or so, so not too bad for takeoff performance today, but still getting some more loaded takeoffs. Some extra wheels on the tarmac before they take off. And there we have taxiing Delta 1379 just arriving from Myrtle Beach. Airbus A319 in charge.
Lined up with 30 left, we've got Delta 1387 off to Tampa, Florida, and here she goes.
.1387 is frequent aircraft type here, the 737-900ER variant. Just listen to those engines. As always, we got our natural sound microphone here, bringing you all the not only sights, but the sounds of the airport. We want you immersed in the broadcast as much as possible. Brian, you're absolutely right. It is a beautiful day here at MSP. Hello to everybody in the chat. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast.
Just because of our network situation today, we're not able to listen into air traffic control as we normally do. Even pulling up some of the live chat is just kind of a challenge right now because for some reason I don't know the exact reason why, but just stuff with transmitting our signal to air, even just getting internet, it's just being a little temperamental today. Hopefully the signal is good on your end, though. That's the most important thing. That's what matters. And then you can hear us.
Absolutely. Bradford Logistics photobombing the static cam.
Gotta love it. Always a common sight here at MSP Airport with the service road just running right in front of the aircraft viewing area.
Got some pretty good wind here today, folks. You can see with the windsock there in the static shot. It's almost fully deflected there.
Updated wind METAR reading. You probably just saw it change on the info bar just on the bottom half of your screen. 230 at 10 knots. Pretty stark contrast to how the day started, Micah, with the wind. It was variable at 4 knots sustained. Pretty tranquil. Although I will say I do appreciate the additional wind. It's cooling things off a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Breeze keeps it manageable.
Well, I guess the other thing we got to start worrying about, because it's that time of year again, is sunburn.
Maybe let's not talk about that quite yet. And they're entering the static shot just in from Salt Lake City is Delta 772. Boeing 737-900ER. And looks like we got some viewers from all over the place. Quite a few here in Minnesota.
A viewer from Uganda in East Africa.
That's
certainly be a first for us here today. Thank you so much for spending time with us here from the state of Minnesota. One of the best aviation viewing areas in the country.
indeed arguably one of the best spots for live plane spotting.
This summer is going to be absolutely ridiculous, and even late spring. MSP Airport will be receiving Condor coming back for yet another ride in 2024, this time with the A330neo in seasonal service. Should be nice to see the beach towel in the flesh finally. As controversial of a livery as it is.
Yeah.
The 767s are no more. There are no more 767s, to my knowledge, flying for Condor at this time. And when Condor came back in 2022, and even last year in 2023, for their seasonal services, they flew the 767s, and they were all in the old paint schemes. And they stayed that way because Condor had the intention of retiring the type completely, which they did.
Right.
Many of which I think got converted into freighters. I don't know how many have been scrapped. They'll have to go back and look at that information. I do know that the most recognizable, the most iconic 767 in Condor's fleet, the retro livery, that aircraft, because of how old it was, when it got retired out of the fleet, everyone thought it was going to get scrapped. Instead, it got converted into a freighter. Good to see it get a new lease on life, though.
Indeed.
Condor does need to put that livery on something. I'd really like to see it on a 330 Neo, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's for sure. Gotta love those retro liveries.
Of course, when Condor flew their retro livery in here in 2022, the only year that they ever did, because it was retired following the seasonal service from Frankfurt to MSP, it had a all-white nose cone. It was supposed to be a black-painted nose cone. So it was a little bit of a mismatch, but it was still a very classy livery nonetheless.
Indeed. Gotta love those wardrobe malfunctions every once in a while.
There was a Sun Country 737 that was flying around for a while that was nicknamed Identity Crisis Jet because it had the nose of an older Sun Country livery, either simplified titles or delivery scheme nose, and then it had a winglet from the Primair painted 737s in the fleet, and then it had a part of an engine cowling also painted in the very light sky blue Primair colors.
A little bit of that Smurf jet feel.
Yep. Of course, Sun Country cleaned up the look because they probably realized, yeah, it's not the prettiest looking thing out there. It was interesting, though. I mean, those sort of things, when you come out here and you spot a lot like us, you tend to pick up on these things quite rather frequently.
Yep. Here we got Swissport making another photobomb.
Also, folks, a reminder. Coming up this hour, we've got an arrival from Tokyo Haneda. It's Delta 120 Heavy with the A330neo. It's a little bit early today. Scheduled for a 2 p.m. arrival to Minneapolis, St. Paul. And instead it will be early by about 16 minutes is what it's estimated.
Heavies are always the highlight of the day.
Yes, they do. They're most certainly a fantastic highlight. You know, speaking of heavies and speaking of the A330s, we are going to be seeing a lot more of the A330-300 types coming up this summer.
Got that right.
In addition to increased frequency. So the 330neos on the 2 flights in the afternoon from Amsterdam to the Twin Cities, 161 and 163 Heavy, those will now be flown, instead of with the A330neo, those will be flown with the much older but still much adored A330-300s.
Absolutely.
I think it's a good time to do a spotter guide. What do you think? To kind of show people what exactly it is that we're talking about. Which one do you guys want to see? Do you want to see the A330neo or the A330-300 first? So I'm going to let the chat catch up here in just a second, but yeah, we will be, if we do stick around for a little while longer, we are going to see some A330s depart here in the later afternoon.
Absolutely.
Yep, so we're going to get Delta 10 Heavy to London Heathrow with an A330-200. We'll have Delta 152 to Paris with A330neo, and then we'll also have Delta 160 Heavy with an A330-300. We'll also have a couple of arrivals in the afternoon, too. These being later afternoon arrivals, Delta 163 and 165 from Amsterdam. There's another flight that we should have brought up probably much sooner. United doesn't really bring these in here that often, so if it's common to some of you that are watching on stream and that are going to kind of roll your eyes like, okay, yeah, whatever. We're getting a United 757-300 Flying Pencil in the lovely Evo Blue livery here this afternoon. And it's arriving from Chicago O'Hare on flight 3750, estimated at 1:50 p.m.
That's coming up here shortly. Yeah, the 757's not terribly scarce around here, at least during the summer season, but the United 757 definitely is a
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. Our modem, which is the device that is the bridge that sends our stream to the internet, just unexpectedly crashed. So.
And it looks like just as we dropped, somebody made a comment about the LA Dodgers having to do with that United flight, and I believe you are right.
It would also make sense why United, instead of just doing a non-rev or a ferry flight, would actually upgrade a particular route to MSP, make some money off of it, and then take the plane out to charter the Dodgers to wherever they need to go. Because that would make total sense.
It's all about making a buck.
Especially in a cutthroat market as MSP is, it seems, these days.
Indeed.
It's not the most cutthroat, but it is certainly a major United States market. It's one of the busiest airports in the country. Of course, it lies just outside the top 10 in busiest airports in the country. It probably was inside the top 10 when Northwest was still flying.
Absolutely. MSP used to have a little bit more variety, I'd say, years ago.
So I think the viewer comment that we ran into, Micah, might be absolutely 100% correct, because the departure for our United 757-300 is going to LAX directly. And that's going to be estimated at 4:10 Central Standard Time.
We might just get that one.
Joe Crammond says, good evening from the UK. Just found your channel. Love watching the streams. Well, thank you, and hope you're having a pleasant evening. Hope we can send some more awesome weather and some daytime spotting your way. Next up for departure on 30 left, Delta 822 with an A320-200 off to Raleigh-Durham. While we're waiting for the departure to Raleigh-Durham, let's take a look at our first spotter guide of the day, presented by DG Pilot for the A320 for Delta Airlines. All these jets are former Northwest property, inherited at the 2008 merger. Cruising speed, 525 miles an hour, just above 2,000 miles of range. Powered by a pair of CFM56 engines. Yeah, these aircraft, they've been workhorses for Northwest and now into the Delta era. Post-Northwest, they provided a vital link. And some of these A320s, they're really getting up there in age, but the way the Delta takes care of them, you'd never know.
That is for sure. And they're entering the static shot there, you can see. It was Delta 1367, just arrived from Chicago O'Hare International. Boeing 717 in charge of that flight. And on the move there is Delta 822 Airbus A320 in charge of a flight to Raleigh-Durham.
There we go, Micah.
There is our...
All right, and there's Delta 120 from Tokyo Haneda.
Delta 120 Heavy Airbus A330 900.
Oh, we're going to get a long roll, Micah.
It's really been a great opportunity for us today, these long landing rolls. Crossing both the static cam and then our action camera as well. And that flight from Haneda's just over 11 hours. I don't know if I could sit in economy for that long.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to stand right with you. I enjoy my layovers, my stopovers.
Yep. Direct flights are nice, but as long as you have enough leg room.
Yeah, that is very true.
How about those of you in the comments? What do you think? Direct flight, or maybe make a stop or two?
You know you want to pick layover.
Don't be influencing the results of the polling now, Alex.
Sometimes it is very nice to have a direct flight, especially if you have checked bags.
Very true. Delta 120 still making its way to the gate. Meanwhile, just had Delta 2901 arrive. That's a Boeing 757-200 variant in from Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International.
Also another long roll as well.
Indeed. 757. The 200 variant's not quite as stretched and as long as the 300 variant.
I love them both the same.
If you want to go with the flying pencil, you have to call this one a sharpened pencil. You've shortened it up a little bit.
Well, we're in for an afternoon. I'll tell you what, with you behind the mic.
Gotta sneak in that joke or two.
There's another quick glimpse at Delta 120 Heavy. Just arrived from Tokyo Haneda, if you just missed it.
Still making its way to the gate. We'll be pulling into an international gate alongside that KLM flight. Joe Crammond, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to Economy.
All right.
Joe also says the longest flight he's ever done is from London Gatwick to Orlando Sanford. Maybe direct if he upgrades.
My condolences for flying out of London Gatwick. I'm sure it's not as bad as people say it is, but, you know, I guess there's only one way to find out.
Very true. And there we got arriving. It's American Airlines 1756.
Phoenix.
That's right. Boeing 737-800 from Phoenix. Seems like our smaller aircraft don't need quite as long of a roll today. They're capable of getting off a little bit earlier.
All right, about to depart for Denver, United Flight 634 with the 737 MAX 8.
Gotta love those Maxes. That flight to Denver, speaking of which, Denver is the most frequented destination from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Basically every carrier who comes departs Minneapolis has a Denver flight somewhere in their schedule. That busiest route sees about 141 flights.
It used to be Chicago O'Hare a little while before that, too.
Yeah.
It's from my understanding that the traffic from Chicago O'Hare or even DIA, Denver International, typically jockey for position in that top spot
Yeah.
of most flights to or from MSP Airport.
It's definitely a tight competition when it comes to serving MSP.
Well, there's another delicacy that you're going to come to find all too often when you tune into MSP Airport Live. Sun Country, the flamboyant, amazing low-cost carrier at work. This is the home base for Sun Country Airlines.
That tasteful Tide Pod livery.
Unveiled in 2018. It was voted by the Northwest, or I don't know why I said Northwest. I apparently have Northwest on the brain for some reason. I'm looking at too many of those classic airliner posts. Anywho, the Sun Country employees in 2018 actually decided on the Tide Pod livery. They had 6 different new livery concepts from the designer, or the design agency that Sun Country hired to refresh their brand image, and that's the one that the employees chose. And I thought that they chose pretty wisely.
Yeah.
It's a very great livery. Of course, I hated it when it came out because it was such a huge change, but compared to everything else, it reflects the carrier's identity very well. Quirky, fun, bright.
Yes, for sure. It's definitely grown on, I think, a lot of people. And we got that United 757 that we were just talking about a little bit earlier, United 3750. That is just touching down there at the end of 30 left.
It's a jet tip smart flight alert as well. High priority for Minneapolis, St. Paul.
If it's anything like the other ones we've been seeing today, we should get a nice landing roll out of this one. Depends on where they're departing the runway, though.
Come on, you can do it. Okay.
Headed to Terminal 2.
I'm starting to wonder if they actually did non-rev from Chicago here. This is a repo flight.
I was just going to say the same thing. Not going to a gate.
Yeah, they are definitely here now to pick up the Los Angeles Dodgers, I think, just based on the movements from what we've seen and the destination of the departure later. I think all but confirms that this is the chariot that will whisk the Dodgers back to Los Angeles from where they came.
And if anybody's wondering, the Minnesota Twins are beating the Los Angeles Dodgers 3-2 in the top of the 6th right now. It's a good sign considering we haven't been doing too well lately.
Yeah, I've just about heard enough of LA. When we're talking about the sports teams, I just want to be very clear. Aviation is another story, though.
For sure.
Whole other story.
That United charter, we'll see where exactly they're headed, but somewhere over by the Humphrey Terminal. And now just arriving is Delta 2301. It's from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport. Airbus A320 in charge.
And it is also ex-Northwest equipment. All of the A320s and A319s in Delta's fleet are all former Northwest jets. They were all inherited at the 2008 merger. Same with the A330-200s and most of the A330-300s. Now, there was a small portion of the order that was outstanding that Airbus still had yet to deliver to Northwest when the merger took place in 2008, which resulted in the last part of the original A330-300 order from Northwest being delivered to Delta with different power plants than Northwest originally called for. Northwest, they wanted nothing to do with GE. And they wanted nothing to do with Rolls-Royce either. They were pretty much a Pratt & Whitney airline through and through when it comes to their preference of turbofan engine manufacturer. So the final batch of A330-300s that got delivered to Delta's like, you know what, we want the GE option instead. Also, much like KLM.
Yep.
Got a fresh A321 arrival.
It's Delta 2066. Just came in from Los Angeles, speak of the devil. LAX is another frequent destination from MSP. Sun Country flies quite a few of those routes.
Decent fares as well.
Indeed.
Although for aviation enthusiasts, I'd much rather take the 321neo when it's offered to LAX.
To each their own.
Just in case anyone's wondering, I actually have flown on an A321neo before. The only caveat to that is it's not a Delta A321neo. It was actually an American A321neo from Las Vegas, Nevada to Phoenix Sky Harbor.
It looks like we got another Delta arrival here. That's Delta 825 from Santa Ana.
With a stunning A220.
Just over a 3-hour flight. And as soon as that exits the runway, looks like we have a... I don't know what's going on here. Flight radars. Here we go.
It's doing flight radar things.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Flight radar likes to be a little weird sometimes.
Flight radar is confused. Because the Cessna 560XL Citation XLS that we're about to see here, Flight radar thought it was coming from Scottsdale, Arizona, but it's actually going to Scottsdale, Arizona.
Big shout out to the folks in MSP Tower working hard as always. Can't imagine being cooped up having to go to work on a day like this.
Yeah. It's too gorgeous to be standing in front of a radar screen. Hopefully it's still nice later in the day once they get off their shift. And just arriving Delta 329.
From Tampa, Florida.
Tampa arrival. I'm sure it's warmer than it is here, even though it's beautiful today.
They can keep all the excess heat and humidity to themselves.
That is true.
We don't need to bring that up here.
That is true. Our Minnesota summers are pleasant already. Don't need to add anything else.
Well, if you like 100+ degree weather. Our summers are brutal, contrary to popular opinion outside the state, that Minnesota is this cold, frozen tundra, which of course it is. But during the summertime, it just can be so brutal. The heat out here can be dangerous.
That is true.
And of course, because Minnesota is not near a very large body of water to regulate climate and temperature, we get pretty much every extreme that you can think of.
Just about.
Definitely increases the difficulty level for spotting, but we love it here.
That is for sure. You know, and that increased humidity sometimes works in our favor when we get some nice long takeoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Little shot there of Terminal 1.
Just checking out how the E-gates are looking. And I spy a 717.
Always a nice addition to the stream.
I had the opportunity to fly the 717 round trip to and from Charlotte out of MSP at the end of 2023. I was actually going down to visit my brother over the Christmas holiday and also attend his college graduation at Clemson. Had a very awesome 2 flights out to Charlotte and back. The 717 is so fun to fly on, but it's also surprisingly comfortable for its smaller size. I found it more comfortable to fly on than the 737-900ER, which I've flown once on Delta. And I've also flown on many 737-800s for American and Sun Country.
Interesting.
The 717 product I enjoyed far more. If we're just talking about the seat, now you don't get the in-flight entertainment screens like you do on all the other Delta aircraft, but who needs them?
Just enjoy the
Delta's
view
got
out
free
the window.
Wi-Fi anyway. Use your mobile device and just do that.
There you go.
You don't need IFE. And of course, if you have a window seat like I did, then that's a form of IFE right there.
Absolutely.
Flying is certainly a privilege. Might as well take advantage of it while you can. Now, if you're flying for work, I understand that's a totally different ball of wax. Micah, I will say one of the things that I'm certainly grateful for is I thought for basically most of the day that United 757-300 arrival that we just saw, I thought they were going to go north side. I thought they were going to go to the north parallel 30 right, which is active today. But they landed 30 left. Well, of course it makes sense because it looked to be a repo or a ferry flight, and they were headed over to the remote pad at the Humphrey Terminal, or Terminal 2, which is just behind our location. And that, of course, is before I guessed that it was or really found out that it was just a repo or non-rev. That I legitimately thought it was a revenue service. Because I'm not familiar with the United flight numbers like I am the Delta flight numbering system.
Yep.
Because I know that 9900 is typically non-rev for Delta.
Yep.
8,000 numbers are typically charters, and I say typically.
Right. Nothing's ever for sure.
Yeah, don't quite know what it is for United, but it'd be interesting to know if somebody does actually have that information to let me know in the comments.
That's what the comments are for.
Exactly.
Sharing that information. Give us all you got, folks. We were talking about Condor earlier in the broadcast. But that is not the only aircraft we'll be seeing this summer. I should say carrier we'll be seeing this summer. And even in these first few spring months as well. We'll be graced by a few summer routes across the pond. The Iceland Air service started up, last month? Nice to see those Birds back. Be seeing Aer Lingus start up again here shortly.
What a day that will be.
Indeed.
They will be sending us probably their most exotic jet of them all that they have on the roster right now, the A330-200, and those are on their way out gradually.
Yep.
They're also in the previous iteration, the most adored iteration of the Aer Lingus livery. The green on top, the white on the bottom, the green shamrock tail. I cannot wait to see that back at MSP Airport. And to hear Shamrock on the radio for the call sign is also going to be equally as amazing.
Indeed.
We're also going to be getting Lufthansa on June 4th.
That will be a fun one.
That was the airline that nobody would have expected to come here, not for a very, very long time, or even ever.
Definitely a surprise. We had a surprise visit from their A340. What was that? October of last year?
It was a medical diversion. It was a gorgeous day. I was actually here at the viewing area and witnessed its departure from MSP.
What a sight that would have been in person. 4-engine A340. Really don't see those ever here anymore.
It departed earlier than we originally anticipated because I was spotting with our associate producer, Logan Justice, who, by the way, is actually flying right now. He is currently training to get into the airline industry, becoming a commercial pilot, so he's getting his hours in, getting the correct licenses and type ratings that he needs to complete his program, and we wish him the best of luck wherever he is if you're watching, Logan.
Looks like we got an American flight on the move. That's American Airlines 2146 departing for Charlotte. Nice long roll there. Nice roar. That was kind of a close takeoff compared to the arrival we just had there. We got
Very close to being a spacing issue, which would have constituted a go-around.
Yeah, almost had a go-around alert there. That is now on screen. American Airlines 2147 just arrived from Dallas-Fort Worth.
I was just going to make that guess.
Yeah, big. If I'm not mistaken, that's a hub for American.
That is the American Airlines Citadel. That's their main fortress, is Dallas-Fort Worth International, one of the busiest and largest airports in the nation.
American HQ down there in Texas.
I've been to DFW Airport. I haven't ventured outside of any of the terminals. I haven't been to Founders Plaza, which, by the way, is on my AvGeek list of places to visit. But it is a very cool terminal. They got the Skylink that runs outside of all the terminals that connects the whole airport together. It's a fun tram to ride on because you can take a ride over the gates and see all the fun aircraft that are being serviced, loaded, whatnot. It's a great way to kill some time at DFW if you're ever there during a long layover. If you don't have priority lounge access.
Absolutely.
Who needs a lounge?
And there we have United Airlines 459. It's departing for Houston. Texas destination. Airbus A319 in charge of that flight.
Well, they got up quite in a hurry, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, they made quick work of that runway. Looks like that 757 from United's finally taking a spot over there on the, not quite the remain overnight ramp, RON, but where most of the charters are, though.
Here's a look at the aircraft viewing area on this very amazing Wednesday. Not a lot of people here, of course. It is still during working hours. Of course, I would imagine that there's going to be more people here as we get closer towards the evening.
Good way to spend the late afternoon, evening hours. Especially if we have a nice golden hour as we approach that sunset.
And this is the perfect spot to take them into, just because of our position to the action. Also relative to where the sun is, it's at our back.
Absolutely. Nice glinting fuselages.
Photographer's delight.
For arrivals coming up, we'll be seeing some Sun Country. We'll have a Frontier flight from Denver. Got the occasional Frontier flight into MSP. Some days more often than others.
With the wide shot moments ago, most of the scattered clouds are thankfully off to our south. The clouds do provide an excellent backdrop for all the action here today.
I would have to agree.
Partly cloudy days are, in my opinion, more preferable when the sun's out.
Yeah. Gives a little texture to that background.
Dreamy. Weather could not be more perfect.
Wonderful breeze.
And another long roll, this time from an E175LR.
Landed long and rolled long. Kind of surprising for a smaller aircraft. Most of those smaller ones have been exiting earlier. O'Malley says, "Hello, MSP," and we say, "Hello, right back." It's a gorgeous day here for some plane spotting action. Already had a few notable arrivals,
including that United 757-300 from Chicago O'Hare repositioning to pick up the LA Dodgers and ferry them across the country to the Pacific Coast, back home. Speaking of the Twins game, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Micah, the Twins are actually up on the Dodgers right now at this current moment in time. What's the score update look like from Target Field?
Let's see here. Target Field, bottom of the 7th. Minnesota Twins are still leading the Dodgers 3-2. Slightly uncomfortable margin. Let's see if they can hold on. You can hear that roar in the natural noise microphone. We got a Sun Country departing runway 17 behind us.
Yeah, they just opened up 17. 17 was active this morning, and I was kind of anxious because they were sending a lot of departures off 17, despite the 30 headings also being active. Was hoping to have that not be the case. Of course, that was the case when we showed up. It looks like 17 seeing some periodic use here.
Yeah, it looks like Sun Country's sending most of their departures off 17.
Very short final for runway 12. I was going to say 12 right, 30 lefts. It's Delta 1341 from Denver. The 737-900ER.
Get too used to saying 12 right because it's the main, usually operational for that.
Well, one of the main reasons why I mistakenly, before I caught myself, said 12 right is because we've done so many broadcasts when 12 right has been active.
Yep.
My brain was kind of an autopilot. And I'm like, oh, wait, we're on the 30s today.
We aren't complaining. 3-0 left is wonderful. And for those who may not be as familiar with runway operations, the reason we change runways is depending on the wind heading. And today, as you can see at the bottom of your screen there, we got wind 230 at 10 knots. And so controllers are currently favoring 30 left as the main arrival runway today. They are periodically using 30 right as well. And then as we just mentioned, you've seen departures off of 30 left as well as 17 behind us. Not as many departures off of 30 right, though there have been a few. I just saw in Alaska take off not too long ago.
Alaska typically tends to be more camera shy.
Unfortunately. Doesn't help that their gates are on the opposite side of the Lindbergh terminal. So they favor that 30 right.
Arriving in 6 minutes, we're going to have a Frontier arrival, an A321 from Denver. It's not an A321neo. We have been getting more of those. We might get some more later on. Stay tuned. But we are going to get an A321 arrival from Denver. Fallon the Falcon comes in 6 minutes.
Lund asks if the KLM is leaving soon.
So KLM is not scheduled to depart until about maybe 45 minutes to an hour from now. They typically get out of here at around 3 p.m. at Central Standard Time.
Looks like flight radar is estimating 3:05, so looks like they're on schedule as of now.
They were running a little bit late today.
They were.
MSP's most punctual carrier, KLM. Yeah, they make really short work of layovers. KLM, a long-time staple here in the Twin Cities. Going all the way back to the days of Northwest. Northwest and KLM formed the very first airline alliance in history. Very revolutionary at the time. They had that weird painted DC-10 that was half painted for Northwest and KLM on one side, and then they kind of switched it up, the opposite to how they did the other.
Yeah.
And if you're looking for resources, you can always visit our friends at the Northwest Airlines History Centers. We got a Sun Country arrival on 30 left.
I think you must be switching, because it's on static right now. And there's that Sun Country arrival. Sun Country 224, arriving from Washington Dulles, IAD.
Dulles.
Sierra Yankee.
Hey, I flew on that jet all the way back in, I want to say, early July of 2023. I actually got a cockpit tour of that aircraft. The flight crew aboard this very jet that we are looking at was gracious enough to let me get a peek inside, and very fun.
Indeed.
Very turbulent flight from Asheville, North Carolina is where I was flying from, back to the Twin Cities. So this aircraft remains the one and only Tide Pod that I've ever flown on with Sun Country. I was hoping to fly one on the way out. I ended up getting a aircraft in the simplified titles livery. I want to say 826 Sierra Yankee, if memory serves correct. I got 838 on the way back, which was an equally as good a ride.
For sure. Looks like a commenter is also flown on 838 Sierra Yankee. Baltimore.
Kind of a more broad question for our audience. Have you flown Sun Country before, and what were your impressions of the Minnesota-based carrier?
Elias Lund. Yes, we do have a little green grass here. It's definitely warm enough for it now. Other parts of the state are still melting away their snow that we had.
Our condolences.
I just came from melting snow yesterday. Most of it was gone, though. We were getting some rain up there in the northern half of Minnesota.
It's about as windy as it's been all day. Just updated the wind data for you. The latest BTAR reading, 270 at 12.
Brad Bell, yes, we do focus a little bit more on the gates than the flights, mainly just because of our frequency. Some of the other channels you may watch have a lot more flights coming in. We deal with a little bit more downtime in between arrivals and departures.
It is very much worth the wait, though, I will say.
It is. He also says that they fly about twice a year and always have had great experiences on Sun Country. Wonder if we're looking at a runway change.
Possibly.
Here you have American Envoy Air, a regional subsidiary of American.
There's the fire training DC-9 just across the way.
The E-175 making its way over to, we believe, will be a 1-7 departure.
Considering the wind direction, Micah, and how intense the wind is now blowing, kind of guessing why they're using 1-7. Of course, I would imagine that it has to do with traffic.
Yeah. I haven't dug into enough of the traffic flows that they have procedurally drawn up here at MSP. I do know that they will use both interchangeably 1-7 and then the parallels to accommodate more traffic both arriving and departing. Riley DuPont, thank you for the $10 super chat. Brad.
I would bring up the super chat on the screen, but due to network just being wonky with me bringing too much internet-related things into the broadcast today, that's why we're not listening to air traffic control, because I'd rather get a feed on the air than not. Thank you so much for your donation to help keep us supported here at MSP International Airports.
And the thanks goes to Brad Bell and Elaine Miller as well. Thank you for your very generous super chats. Those donations help us to upgrade our equipment and provide you with the exceptional broadcast quality that we bring you today on this gorgeous April afternoon. Elias Lund, Aer Lingus next week, if I remember correctly. Let me look at the schedule. I think Aer Lingus, yes, Aer Lingus is April 29th. If everything works out, we should be bringing you a stream of that one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elaine Miller, for the $50 super chat. And Elaine says, thank you for the greatest live stream. Well, thank you very much. We're very pleased to know that you hold us in such high regard. We try and shoot for the best.
High praise indeed.
Network issues and all. Are we having a Sun Country arrival in the delivery scheme at 30 left? Oh, I'm going to have to get back up on the horse, a.k.a. the ladder, for this one. Because we've got a taxi on Mike.
Just can't miss a taxiway, Mike. And on your screen, that Sun Country flight just arriving from Dallas-Fort Worth International. November 820 Sierra Yankee. taxiway, Mike, being one of the main reasons why the Metropolitan Airports Commission's wonderful aircraft viewing area is one of the best in the nation. It's because of our close proximity to those excellent taxis.
It's only 300 feet away from our location. And yes, I actually did crunch the numbers. I did that last week because I know that we've pointed it out several times on our broadcast just about how close Taxiway Mike really is. And if anyone has any questions about do heavies traverse Taxiway Mike, the answer to that is yes, very firmly.
I've only seen a few in person, though I did see a FedEx MD-11 taxi on Mike last year. And that close proximity really gives you that just sheer scale of aircraft.
It gives you a wow factor that most airport viewing areas or even most bona fide spotting locations at other more major airports cannot give you. The reason that we started streaming here is because this is such a dynamic and intimate experience. It was too good to pass up. And of course, I needed to do something with my free time to stay useful. Don't worry, I stay out of trouble. Got an A319 at X Northwest baby bus making its way on Taxiway Whiskey. Looking to be a departure on 17, Micah.
Indeed. Looks like most of our... Looks like controllers have switched our departures to 17, and our arrivals are still remaining on the north and south parallels here.
They are rolling quite long, though. There is that going for us.
That is for sure. On camera now, there is Delta 1209. Be making its way to 17 before heading out to Dallas-Fort Worth International. Airbus A319 in charge of that flight. And in the background is Delta 2087, having just arrived from Phoenix Sky Harbor. That's another Airbus, an A321 instead. It's funny you mentioned measuring, because the various business ventures I've been involved in, a recent one, we've used light general aviation aircraft, and with a special camera setup, we've actually, it was a Cessna 172 flying at about 3,000 feet or so, and we crisscrossed the entire city limits of Minneapolis, including MSP, and our accuracy with that photography enables us measuring accuracy in the 3D model that's generated from those images. We can get up to 10 centimeters, give or take, So I'll have to, after the broadcast, I'll have to check out and see if your number crunching indeed was as close as we think it is. Flight radar just alerted me that we'll have Prime Air Sun Country coming in here in probably about 10 minutes or so. Nice appearance from the Smurf jet.
Thank you for sticking with us. Our modem continues to do weird things. Yeah, we did run network tests. We do have good connectivity out here today. It's just device issues.
On the bright side, your super chat contributions, like the one we just received a little bit ago from Elaine, those go towards the upgrading of our equipment so we can continue to bring uninterrupted coverage of live plane spotting action here at MSP.
I'm also going to try and get to some of the other super chats.
Riley DuPont says Iceland Air already started service to MSP. That is correct.
And of course, Riley DuPont, I know this is kind of delayed just because of some of the network issues. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Yes, Iceland Air is on in-flight to Minneapolis later, as you describe it. They're currently en route. Cannot wait for the 757s to start later on in the late spring. So Iceland Air, they'll start with the Maxes as they have been doing. And they'll switch over to the 757s.
That 757 resumption will be May 24th, for those of you wondering.
We're going to try and bring that one to you live, as well as all the other major events happening here at MSP Airport.
Speaking of which, we went over Lufthansa, which will be here in June. Aer Lingus will be here at the end of the month. Condor, we already spoke about, and Icelandair, but we still have one other.
Quick announcement arriving this hour. Delta 163 Heavy from Amsterdam. Minutes away from an arrival on runway 30 left.
And that final airline that we'll be seeing this spring, actually, will be Air France. Another re-inaugural. May 13th.
Air France is also going to be sending us the 777-200s again after they send us the 787-9. So the scoop with that is that starting on June 3rd, a day before Lufthansa comes to the Twin Cities for the first time ever in regular scheduled service, we will see an equipment swap to the bigger 777, and that'll be daily, Micah, for Air France.
That will be a real treat for spotters.
One of the craziest weeks for spotting this year at MSP Airport.
Indeed. Whirlwind. And we got Delta's A330-900 being tugged there across from us.
All the way to Tech Ops.
All the way to Tech Ops. Looks like we got arriving Envoy Air. Making a little shorter landing roll. Just in from Chicago O'Hare. Embraer E175 LR. And the lovely Metropolitan Airports Commission busy at work, making sure that MSP continues to run efficiently.
Here's a look at downtown Minneapolis. The Wells Fargo Center, Capella Tower, and IDS Center towering above the skyline. The IDS Center, the tallest building in the state of Minnesota.
That is right. I know there was a discussion in the Facebook group for those that may be aware in the
IDS
comments.
Sorry to kind of cut you off there, but I just wanted to mention that the IDS, we'll go ahead and look at the skyline. The IDS Center, the IDS Tower, is the leftmost skyscraper. That's the tallest building in the state. The Capella Tower is on the far right. Wells Fargo in the center.
And there's a little bit of discussion about that because somebody was wondering whether those were in the departure path for mainly the north parallels. But they're not. They're a few hundred feet below the departure surface if you're looking at those Part 139 imaginary surfaces. And there we have
163 Heavy from Amsterdam Schiphol. Welcome to the Twin Cities.
There we got that roar, reverse thrust. This should be a nice long roll for us. Engine spooling down. International flight across the pond's not quite as bad as coming from Tokyo Haneda, which we saw a little bit earlier in the broadcast, but those arriving from Amsterdam were in flight for about 8.5 hours. Another long one. arriving now. Sun Country Airlines, flight 342 from Orlando. That'll make its way over to Humphrey Terminal 2. Sun Country gates are over there.
Much shorter roll this time on the landing.
Definitely.
It's making its way on Taxiway Charlie. Opposite Taxiway Mike. Paralleling runway 422. Speaking of runway 422, I'm really hoping Delta 152 to Paris is going to use runway 22 for us. That would be really awesome.
Let's sure hope so. That would be a nice shot for both us here and our viewers online. Eddie Arnold says, joining you for the first time from Kentucky. Loving the stream. Great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for myself as well. Very much appreciate your viewership. Thank you for tuning in on this amazing Wednesday for live plane spotting. At the one and only Minneapolis St. Paul International, of course. Hey, Micah. I think I see a Smurf jet.
There it is. I've gotten to know that tail number quite well. I have an alert set up in my phone for that one. That is November 8011 Alpha. It's a Prime Air cargo flight operated by Sun Country Airlines. Sun Country took on a little bit of cargo business. And boy, is that a long roll. I'm not complaining though. A little photobomb from some ARFF equipment there for a second. Just gotta love that blue color.
That is the longest roll that I have ever seen from a Sun Country freighter chartering for Amazon. Of course, I think that is more than intentional.
Yeah, making its way over to that cargo.
Yep, just get off the taxiway and it'll take it around past the threshold of runway 17. Then it will make its way over to the west side of the airport, where it will be either loaded or unloaded.
Yeah, that cargo ramp over there, about halfway down 1735.
That's also the longest landing roll I've ever seen a 737 make here at MSP Airport. And all my time spotting, that is it.
I'm gonna say the same thing. There you go, merging from behind the building, Delta 2973. That is Airbus A319 bound for Asheville. Tail number November 333, November Bravo.
X Northwest. Also, I'm going to say when the passengers and the crew get off in Asheville, may they seek some sort of respite because that airport is just chaos. It's also one of the fastest growing airports in the country. Asheville is a growing metropolitan area. It's a lovely little airport, too. Very undersized for its current demand.
I bet.
The airport does plan expansion, though. They're already underway with that.
That's good to hear. MSP is also I was taking a look at their 2040 long-term plan not too long ago. Looks like they might be planning some sort of underground passenger moving service between the two terminals. That would be nice. And now arriving, 30 left. Another Sun Country. That's 942 from Sarasota, Florida.
It's in the simplified titles livery, circa 2017. My least favorite of all of the different Sun Country livery iterations.
I was just about to quip that I don't think it's terribly popular among most people.
It's not offensive. I'll give them that.
Could be worse.
You could be Condor.
It's true.
Not that statement carried any bias whatsoever. You know what? I'm pretty sure it's going to grow on me and I'm going to like it at some point. I don't know.
You know, I kind of like the beach towel.
The marketing strategy was pure genius. I'll give Condor that because that had people talking about an airline that, quite frankly, I don't think a lot of people would have paid attention to in the first place.
That is a good point. Very good point. I wasn't quite sure what it was supposed to be at first. In the shot now, Delta 1602, departing the runway across the terminal from us. That's 30 right. Off to Washington, D.C.
I thought the beach towel livery, when it came out for Condor, getting back on that subject, I thought it was a joke. I want to say it was exactly April 1st when they made the announcement a while back.
That does not lend itself well to announcing something new.
Yeah. Well, April 1st, our date. Only to find out a day later that actually, no, that is not a joke. That will be the new reality.
You know, the first time I saw it, it kind of reminded me of, like, candy, like striped candy. That's kind of what I was thinking at first, but...
The orange one reminds me of a prison jumpsuit.
And there in the shot, slowing down.
And Taxiway Whiskey on the move.
Delta 1319. A220. Making its way over to runway 17 to depart for Houston. As much as it is unfortunate that we don't have departures off of 30 left, at least we do get the taxiing in front of us there parallel.
Movements typically to what we'd see if the 12 parallels were active.
Correct.
Got a runway 22 taxi.
Another Sun Country simplified to titles. Just arrived from Tampa.
Well, in case if anyone wanted to find out the status of Big Blue, KLM is now pushing back from Concourse G with the 777-200ER bound for Amsterdam. So we're going to get to see the triple get into the air briefly. And who wants to hear some GE90 magic?
Always a lovely roar from those GE90s. You know you're a geek when you can distinguish between the engines and the noises they make. So you, audience, can make that determination. Are we geeks?
Yeah, Mike, I think it's safe to say that we are firmly in that territory. There is no question about it.
It's more worn as a badge of honor than anything.
Watching these machines in action, it's super entertaining. Well, to us anyway. Super fascinating stuff.
Karen Monson giving us a bunch of party emojis. She's excited for that KLM departure here in a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
O'Malley says, regarding Condor, a lot of complaints at first, but it seems to have died down. I'm a fan of it. I'd say the same.
That's how it was when the Pod livery came out, and that was exactly my attitude. I was pretty disgusted with it at first, but it grew on me to the point where I actually think it's one of the better liveries that's flying among all the U.S. and foreign carriers. Well, foreign to us anyway.
Right.
I have to remember we have a worldwide audience.
Right. To those of our German viewers, that would be a domestic airline.
All right, we're switching back to 30 left departures.
Wonderful. And they're departing now with a nice roar. Delta 2625 off to Salt Lake City. The ubiquitous 737-900 ER in charge of that flight.
That could have possibly, if they did not hustle the way they did, but a go-around. Delta 770 just crossed 30 lefts as Delta 2825 from Atlanta was on very short final. And there is 2825 about to touch down. Delta cutting it close. That's now the second close call for a go-around that we've had. No go-arounds today so far.
And when we say close call, more from the operational standpoint rather than in safety management, we say close calls, meaning there's almost something bad that happened. Close call here, we mean there is almost two planes on the runway at the wrong times. Too close together. No breach of safety, but would have been operationally incompatible.
Go-arounds are always fun.
It is. We do love our go-arounds every once in a while.
Well, I suppose it depends on who you ask.
I just got a text from a viewer. He suggests we start an evening broadcast, and instead of night sounds, call it flight sounds.
There you go.
My dad chiming in there.
KLM, folks, minutes from departure on runway 30 left. And we have another Delta 737-900ER on the move. This is taxiing to runway 17 for departure.
Saw a few comments regarding safety here. It is true, MSP hasn't had much for incidents or accidents.
And don't jinx it.
That's exactly what one commenter just said.
Good to know that I'm in sync with some of you in the chat. Even though that I can't physically see it right now. Because I am the one that is working our lovely camera system on top of the ladder. And we cannot physically use a tripod for a action camera at this location because of the fences. Of course, we have a tripod for our static cam, but the action camera, much different. We actually have to use a device called a 3-axis gimbal.
Which brings you that lovely stabilized footage from our action cam. Running at altitude asks, any Southwest planes today?
Yes, there were.
We have seen a few. Nothing recently. On camera now, Delta 2062. Just in from Austin Bergstrom. A320. Regarding those Southwest planes, I'm just going to take a look here at arrivals.
You might want to hold that thought there, Micah. We've got KLM 656 heavy off to Amsterdam Schiphol with the 777-200ER.
There we can see it starting that takeoff roll. Not a landing roll. Gosh, we're mixing up our words today.
Do you have my camera, Micah?
No. There it is. KLM 134, rotating off 30 left. Listen to that roar. Absolutely massive aircraft. Boeing 777-200 ER. Bound for Amsterdam.
So it is flight
Schiphol.
656. I think flight radar might be messing up. 655 is the flight from Amsterdam to Minneapolis for KLM, and 656 is the return to the Netherlands.
Flight radar doing its flight radar things. Running at altitude says, wow, great audio on that takeoff.
That's probably one of the deeper growls that I've heard from a 777-200 or even the GE90 power packs at that. Because I've heard a lot of GE90 takeoffs in person and also on YouTube or social media, whichever platform you want to call your preferred. Gotta love the show that the 777s put on Every single time they show their lovely, lovely face here at MSP Airport.
Absolutely.
It's our first KLM 777 catch on MSP Airport Live. Super excited to have that one finally in the bag.
It's like fishing. You gotta wait for the right day. Snaggy says southwest from Nashville in 30 minutes. Yep, I was just about to say that, looking at the arrival board. So that is your answer, running at altitude. Glad those comments answering each other. As we said earlier, that's what chat is for. Sharing info. Sounds like a few people really enjoyed that sound on that KLM departure. Aircraft viewing area filled up a little bit in anticipation for that notable departure.
It's got our updated wind rating. Winds 250 at 10. Certainly have died down a little bit, Micah.
Yeah, that's for sure. Not quite as gusty as it was. Still a few here and there, but not quite as noticeable.
Oh, totally.
Actually, I'm noticing it more in my body temperature. I can feel I'm starting to get warmer than I was earlier. And for those wondering about the camera, the static shot of our Terminal 1, it's the Lindbergh Terminal here at MSP. We like to cut in between our action shots and a static shot. And so with that windsock there in the foreground, you can see it's compositionally pleasing. A way to kind of transition between flights and in our little bits of downtime that we have, like right now. Glad to see the audience keeping an eye on their preferred flight tracking app of choice. Snaggy says, Air Canada on a right base. Air Canada will be arriving soon. Embraer E175. The Air Canada Express boasts a different call sign than regular Air Canada. They go by JZA, excuse me. Can't get my letters out correctly. That Nashville flight showing as a little delayed. It's supposed to be coming here in about 8 minutes, but it looks like we'll be waiting until closer to half past the hour before the flight from BNA touches down. Been watching our viewer count go up a little bit over the past hour or so. If you're just joining us, we are MSP Airport Live. You are experiencing some live plane spotting here from the aircraft viewing area adjacent to taxiway Mike. It's a beautiful April afternoon here in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. Got a live look at Terminal 1. KLM 777 departed shortly, just a short time ago. A little bit of a lull here in the traffic as we await our next Delta arrival.
Just had a lovely conversation with one of the many lovely spotters to hang out with. Big shout out to Nick Morales, s7p.avg on Instagram. Take some really stellar photos.
He had some awesome
He was out
shots
here for a brief moment. He wanted to capture Big Blue. He had that itch, just like we did, to get out here on a Wednesday, and of course, with the weather too.
Absolutely. Just can't miss that one.
Karen Monson, thank you so much. Karen saying, good shot of the KLM departure. I'm going to get better at this gimbal thing.
Really is an amazing piece of equipment.
Yeah, it's allowed me to get more. And as much as it is a stabilizer for the camera, it's also a handheld platform as well, because I could pull up. There's a phone attachment to it. It's also a macro switch, so I could take back and forth between our static and our action camera. I could see what's coming in or going out on flight radar. It just makes life so much easier and allows us to make more dynamic productions for all of you. And a special thank you to those that have contributed financially to our endeavor here at MSP International Airport for your amazing support. And I know with awesome weather days like this, Mike, we are definitely going to try and be out here more often.
Indeed.
And I say try because things do come up in the middle of the week because we don't do this full time. Our other commitments, work, maybe family related, they will take priority over this.
Absolutely right.
Still a very special treat to come out and do this whenever we have the luxury of doing so.
No doubt about that.
Chat, if any of you that aren't from Minnesota, that don't live here in Minnesota or aren't from the Twin Cities area, Maybe you live in the region but just out of state. Have you been to MSP Airport before for plane spotting or another reason? I'm curious to know. And what were your thoughts on MSP Airport? I know it's one of the more expensive destinations to fly to if you're out of state, but I suppose it depends on who it's with. The info bar at the bottom of the screen where it shows the current temperature and weather conditions is not a joke. We have officially reached 70 degrees today here in the Twin Cities. That is 2 degrees above the initial forecast.
Yeah. One of the first 70s of the year. I suppose there's probably one, maybe one before.
It was a little colder yesterday. I think today is the first 70 or higher degree day of the year.
And that is Fahrenheit for our viewers.
We also have the temperature in Celsius for those of you that use the lovely metric system.
We like to be unique here in the U.S.
Yeah, we're so special. Look at us in our imperial units.
And just coming into the frame there, we got a Sun Country flight emerging. Sun Country 622 arriving from Harlingen. Nice close taxi there. Beautiful.
Can't tell if we got a wave or not.
Maybe a viewer caught it. We get a wave. Pilots are generally pretty friendly around here.
If we did not wave back, it's because either A, I can't see it through the small viewfinder on the camera, or B, I'm paying attention to something else.
Patrick Lloyd says you're warmer than we are in my part of North Carolina.
Wow.
That says something.
So I actually have family that are in North Carolina right now, the town of Morganton. That's up in the mountains. Actually, I had to take my parents yesterday to the airport to drop them off. We're flying down to Charlotte, go visit my younger brother. They said it was a very turbulent flight down to Charlotte on the 717 they flew on.
Looks like we're comparing temperatures here in the chat. We got a 66 degrees in Nebraska from Randy. Where else can we get temperatures from? Drop your current temperature in the chat. See if anybody can beat our 70 degrees. Live look at the aircraft viewing area. A few more cars than there were earlier. Plenty of folks soaking up the sun, enjoying the breeze, and taking in the sights here at MSP. Controllers are sending departures down 17 at the moment. Breeze definitely picking up a little bit again. Looks like we have a little bit of a lull in the arrivals here.
Not the worst thing, right?
Yeah.
Gives us an opportunity to check up on all you wonderful folks in the chat. Well, for me anyway. You have the luxury of just standing here and calling stuff out. No, it does take a fair amount of work to carry a broadcast such as this one. Yeah, super happy to move past some of the issues that we were having with our modem device earlier. It seems to behave itself now.
Don't jinx it, though.
Something I'm probably never going to avoid doing. Try as I might.
Well, you can hear that wind, folks. Nice big gust.
Yeah, we got wind jammers or wind filters on everything, and it is starting to gust a little bit. But it feels very, very nice, though.
It does. Definitely regulating that hot sun we got going on. Definitely had a variety of clouds today, if you've noticed throughout the broadcast. We started almost clear skies. The METAR, the Meteorological Aerodrome Report, was listing a few clouds at 10,000 feet, but otherwise clear skies, basically no cloud ceiling. You can see here now we have some cumulus moving in. Scattered cumulus at that.
I'm going to go ahead and switch topics here for just a second. I'm just trying to keep my eye on the United 757-300.
For sure.
So they are certainly getting that aircraft ready to depart to LAX, and we have a 99.99% chance that they will depart 30 left.
Yes.
So hopefully we can catch them in time right here at MSP Airport Live. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, we will return with the live plane spotting action. And hopefully we'll be able to catch our United 757-300 charter ferrying the Dodgers back to Los Angeles. It's all coming up After this short break, you're watching MSP Airport Live.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our number one goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.
JetTip offers automatic AvGeek flight alerts and filterable arrival departure boards. JetTip monitors every trackable flight in and out of an airport to see if it's unusual there. If the airline, aircraft type, or livery is unusual at that airport, we'll send you a text or an email. We track special liveries, diversions, test beds, and more. In other words, we keep track of the cool stuff so you don't have to. JetTip alerts are flexible and easy to set up. 2 tiers of alerts are issued, depending on the number of aircraft visits in the last 30 days. High priority for the first 2, low for the next 3. You can subscribe to text or email alerts for high priority, low priority, or both at up to 5 airports. JetTip coverage is available at all major US and Canadian airports and works on any smartphone, tablet, or computer with an internet connection. Improve your AvGeek experience. Sign up at jettip.net for your free 7-day trial.
Tyler Johnson, the slideshow affecting that you're seeing is actually lag because the device we use to transmit our signal to air today is having temper tantrums. So we have to keep resetting the device, which can interrupt the connection for just a fair bit. Other than that, it's been pretty smooth going. From MSP International Airport, Alex Redding, Michael Larson, happy to bring you all the action on this fantastic Wednesday afternoon. Coming up shortly, we're going to have a departure for a United 757-300 that's going to be carrying the Los Angeles Dodgers back to LAX. Should be a pretty fun departure. Should be right in front of us as well, Micah, right off 30 left.
Should be.
Now, there always is a chance, since they opened up 17 for departures more frequently as we've worked towards the latter half of the afternoon, there is a pretty good chance now that I think we might not even see it go off 30 left. I know
Could
optimism might be might be giving me a short bias towards... Okay, it's a big bias. Towards a 30 left departure for that aircraft, or at least what I think.
Could be. Time will tell.
They may cheat us.
Let's hope not. Maybe we can call at the tower and ask. Send it off 30 left.
Who knows? They've put us on in the break room before, so I don't know. Big shout out to MSP Tower today. All the fine folks up there helping to keep the traffic flowing and safely spaced out. Yeah, if we could get an assist from MSP Tower, now would be it. Unlikely, but in that sense, runway 17 is now being more frequently used for departures. One can hope.
Looks like we'll be having a few here shortly. Sun Country currently holding short at 30 left. Waiting for a United on final. Tyler Johnson, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the main cabin.
Thank you, Tyler, for your membership to MSP Airport Live. If you want to support us monthly with donations, also have an interactive stream experience, it's a great way to do so. Become a member.
There we got that United I was talking about, just touching down here at MSP. It's United 467, arriving from Chicago O'Hare. Looks like we'll be having Envoy Air up next. And there's that Envoy Air. 3601. Also off to Chicago O'Hare. Embraer E175LR X3 November. Got a bit of a lineup here. Another United flight preparing to touch down. That's from Denver. United 732, an Airbus A319. Got a fair bit on final here. All lining up to land, 30 left. Our primary arrival runway this afternoon.
Our United 757-300 has not departed the remote pad next to the Humphrey Terminal, a.k.a. Terminal 2, on the west side of MSP Airport. I am keeping a close eye on it, even though it is pretty far from view, almost out of view. The air stairs is still connected, so there's not a lot of movement on it yet, and I know that we are now in the 4 o'clock hour, and it is scheduled for a 4:10 departure. Of course, with charter flights, times, they are and will be subject to change.
Absolutely.
It's going to depend on when everyone gets there. When the buses show up, that's when they leave.
Delta 2561, having just arrived from Kansas City.
With an MD-95 Mad Pup.
Mad Pup
That's
indeed.
what I'm talking about.
Make its way to the Terminal 1 gates. And taxiing in front of us, a Cessna 680 Citation Sovereign.
One of our team members, Eric Paul, really likes watching these private jets move about MSP Airport. This one's for you, Eric, if you're watching us.
And finally, after some arrivals, we have some departures taking to the runway. Sun Country 355. Headed out for Atlanta, Hartsfield Jackson International. Sun Country's trademark Boeing 737-800 variant in charge.
Well, they are now, after the retirement of 713 Sierra Micah, an all 737-800 airline.
Sure enough.
714 to 713 SY were the 737-700s that Sun Country possessed in the all business class configuration. 713 SY is no more. It was cut up into plane tags recently.
And there's Delta 1233, departing 30 left. Another flight bound for Denver. was the last of the clog of departures that were sitting down there at the end of 30 left. Sun Country 314, just arriving 30 left. In from Miami. Got a nice long roll out of this one. They'll make that turn onto taxiway Mike. Just a short few hundred feet from where we are at the aircraft viewing area.
About 300 feet average from our location to the edge of the taxiway. That's how close this is.
Make its way over to Terminal 2. Drop off some passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I've had an excellent afternoon of spotting here today at MSP Airport. I'm going to be handing it off to Alex to finish off the broadcast this afternoon, as I have to duck out early. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to be joining you guys again soon.
It was a pleasure having you on board, Micah. Welcome aboard to the MSP Airport Live broadcast team, and it was great getting to know you as a person, as an Av geek, and ultimately, thank you so much for your contributions today, this afternoon, and it's been a lot of fun. It really has.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and I hope to be joining you guys again soon.
All right, that's Michael Larson. Glad that we were able to snag him. Today was one of the days that he was available to help do the stream with myself. Ladies and gentlemen, here's another live look at the aircraft viewing area just at the end of Cargo Road. This is one of the premier destinations in the country to do live plane spotting up close. Still waiting on our United 757-300. Still, the air steers have not been pulled back from it yet. Hopefully, the Dodgers can get situated on board, if they have not been already, and get underway soon. And we're certainly hoping for a 30 left departure, but since 17 is now in use for most of the departures that we're seeing at this current moment in time, I don't think that 30 left is going to be as likely as initially thought. That's okay, though. I can guarantee you that we are going to have the Delta Heavies coming up towards the end of the hour. And hello to Adam, just checking in the chat. How are you doing on this Wednesday afternoon? I've also got a hustle back on the ladder here. We've got a FedEx arrival. A Boeing 757-200 freighter. This is from Memphis, Tennessee, in charge of 320. There she is. There's FedEx 320 on taxiway, Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to give a heads-up reminder that arriving this hour ahead of schedule from Louisville, Kentucky, it's UPS 2560 Heavy with the A300 freighter. That was Bemidji Aviation on the move with a Swearingen Metroliner. Out of all the change that MSP has encountered over the years, those Metroliners, that's the one thing that has just not gone away. Next up for arrival on runway 30 left, we have Southwest 6155 from Kansas City, Missouri, and also on the downwind on the star arrival for 30 left, Delta 409 from Las Vegas. It's a 737-900 ER. $25.60 Heavy, approximately 34 minutes away. Traversing over Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Arriving from Orlando, Florida, this is Delta 1312 with an A321 at the point. Let's see if it'll go long. Went decently long enough, I suppose. Pretty much par for the course for what we've seen today at MSP Airport. If you're just joining us, it's a lovely day. Best day of the year so far in the state of Minnesota. We have finally reached 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And to the best of my knowledge, first 70-degree day across the Twin Cities. Spring has finally sprung, and Old Man Winter is finally put back in his grave where he belongs. Well, for now, anyways. I know it's also been mentioned on previous broadcasts, but thanks to El Nino, Minnesota has had a pretty quiet winter this year. Not very much snowfall. Southwest 6155 from Kansas City, now arriving at 30 lefts. Pikachu Plaza. Am I calling both LAX games on Saturday? Probably not. Probably not. Next jet departing off of 30 lefts. We'll let this one pass as we wait for a little bit more interesting arrivals. Still no movement yet on our United 757-300 charter. I'm starting to wonder if the game ran long, although I don't... Gosh, I wish I remember what Mike had told me about the game updates. I'm so focused. Get all the lovely shots for you on the camera up on the ladder. Twins should be done with their game fairly soon. So the game did get done. Twins won it 3-2 in a very close finish. So the Dodgers head back to Los Angeles, although there is no rest for the weary, because tomorrow the Los Angeles Dodgers get to play their arch rival, the San Diego Padres, at home on the 12th, 13th, and 14th. Also, keep in mind we have UPS 2560 Heavy ahead of schedule with an A300 from Louisville, Kentucky. That will be making an arrival on 30 left. I guarantee it. Hopefully we can get a taxi on Taxiway Mike. Taxiway Mike only a few hundred feet away from our position here at the aircraft viewing area. It's one of the closest spots that you can get as an aviation enthusiast in a sanctioned area for spotting and for observing commercial aviation up close. It's a really cool experience, especially when they send the wide bodies on Taxiway Mike. Can handle anything up to a 747-400, which I have witnessed multiple times, in case anyone's wondering. I've got some footage as well of UPS 744s taxiing on Mike. Unfortunately, Taxiway Mike is not big enough to accommodate the largest iteration of the Queen of the Skies, the 747-8. In fact, the wingspan is so large on the 748, and it's so long it cannot traverse Taxiway Mike because it would run into clearance issues. So whenever UPS would fly the 747-8s into the Twin Cities, back when they were still doing it, they would taxi on runway 422. They would take that and join Tango, which is the taxiway that would take them all the way to the UPS ramp just behind the aircraft viewing area. Also adjacent to the FedEx terminal here at Minneapolis, St. Paul. Delta 152 to Paris Charles de Gaulle is on the move because of Delta 121 taking off to Tokyo Haneda earlier using runway 22. And knowing that the A330neo has less than desirable performance statistics when under load, departing off of any runway, thought that we might get a chance of seeing the A330neo in charge of 152 Heavy to Paris go off of runway 22 as well, but that does not look to be the case. Either way, we're going to have a heavy departure coming your way in just a jiff. Also, another reminder, we're going to have a couple of other Delta A330 departures. An A330-300 will be in charge of Delta 160 to Amsterdam, and then Delta 10 to London Heathrow with an A330-200. So while we're waiting for Delta 152 Heavy to depart, let's take a closer look at the Delta A330neo with one of our spotter guides presented in part by DG Pilot. So you can see the wonderful statistics of the A330neo. It's a better head-on look of the A330neo that we'll be seeing just momentarily. Cruising speed of 537 miles an hour, just under 7,000 miles of range, powered by a pair of Trent 7000 engines from Rolls-Royce. Also a length of 210 feet, right on the nose. And that's a closer look at the A330neo, one of our spotter guides presented in part by DG Pilot. Pikachu Plaza, that's a good member, so becoming a YouTube member, there is a join button that is just next to the subscribe button. You're going to click that, and a dialog box is going to come up where you can see the different membership tiers available for MSP Airport Live, and then you can choose the one that is best for you. I would recommend getting started with either an economy or a main cabin subscription. It's a nice starter pack, doesn't cost you a lot of money. You get all the interactive elements to help make the broadcast a little bit more entertaining. But it's up to you. We also have a Patreon page for general sponsorships. For more information, visit MSP Airport Live's Patreon at patreon.com/MSP Airport Live. Adios, 152 Heavy. Have a terrific flight to Paris, France. As vanilla as the A330s may seem, they are quite an incredible piece of machinery. I'll never get tired of seeing them. And it might be because of frequent exposure bias that I enjoy the A330, but I really do. They're very graceful jets. Really fun to watch, especially on takeoff. The 330neo is sleek, looking sharp. Always classy. And coming up later in the broadcast, if we're going to stick around for it, we're going to get big sexy. That being the A350-900, the Delta flagship from Seoul, South Korea. Karen Monson, thank you. Karen Monson giving our graphics for our spotter guides a shout out. Trying to do a lot more with video packages and more infographics to help improve the dynamic experience of each broadcast. Of course, when you dig into some of the numbers, it's pretty fascinating stuff, especially with the heavies. Kind of helps put into perspective just how huge aircraft like the A330-900 are. Hello, Dion. Thank you for tuning in on this Wednesday afternoon from MSP International Airport. Great to see that you could make it to our live coverage. We are really happy to open up the month of April with a gorgeous summer-like day. Temperatures right now in Fahrenheit, 70 degrees to around maybe 71, 69 degrees, give or take. But it has just been an absolutely gorgeous, if we haven't said it already, atmosphere here in the state of Minnesota. And the good news is that the warmer weather is here to stay. Looks like we have some potential sprinkles developing off to our west. Did not expect to see that today, despite the very warm and mostly sunny weather that we've been having. Let's hope that we don't get dumped on. That was American Airlines 2928. I believe that one's off to DCA, although Flight Radar... Oh, here we go. It's off to Miami. Flight Radar has been acting a little weird today. All right, who wants some Jet A? Here is Delta 1729 headed out to Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll see if the 737-900ER will join Taxiway Whiskey. Now on taxiway Whiskey American 2265. This is bound for Dallas, Fort Worth. Now arriving from Phoenix Sky Harbor, it's Delta 2992 with a 757-300 flying pencil. All of the Delta 757-300s were inherited at the 2008 merger with Northwest. These are ex-Northwest property. I'll never get tired of seeing the stretched 757-300. The largest narrow-body aircraft currently in service among major carriers, and one of the longest narrow-body twin jets ever produced. 757-300 debuted back in 1999, just before the start of the new millennium. From LAX, it's Delta Flight 2074 with a 757-200. How about that, folks? You get a couple 757s back to back. How cool is that? Now arriving at runway 30 left, Delta 856 from Southwest Florida International with a 737-800. Or 900ER, I beg your pardon. There's our 757-200 arrival from LAX, making its way over to the gate. The United 757-300 is on the move, by the way, and unfortunately, as originally feared, we're probably going to get a departure off runway 17. I'm sure it'll save that flight to LAX a little bit of fuel, since it doesn't have to taxi as far all the way to 30 left, but that is a bummer. Super happy to see that wonderful aircraft come in on stream, though, earlier in the day. We just had a question in the live chat. How many cameras do we have going at this particular moment in time? The answer to that is 2. A static cam and our action camera. And our action camera now sports a lovely gimbal stabilizing rig. It's a device that allows us to get near perfect steady shots handheld from a variety of different types of situations, such as standing up on a ladder, which we have to do here at the aircraft viewing area because working a camera tripod setup in the traditional sense is just not really that possible, except if you want to get the fence in your shot. If that's your subject, of course, we all know that's not what we're out here for. We're out here for the lovely aircraft to showcase one of the best airports in the U.S. for plane spotting. Another quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, on final approach now from Louisville, Kentucky. Arriving this hour, UPS 2560 Heavy with an A300 freighter. Hopefully we'll get a nice taxi on Taxiway Mike right in front of us, only a few hundred feet away at the aircraft viewing area. It'll be very lovely. We've also got Delta 170 Heavy coming in from Seoul, South Korea with the A350-900 flagship. So next hour, we can expect an arrival from Delta 170 Heavy. 44 minutes out. And Delta 170 Heavy, I can guarantee you, will be making an arrival on runway 30 left. Make no mistake. Well, I'll tell you what, folks. Our stream is going to be made a lot more interesting as we work out of the 4 o'clock hour into the 5 o'clock hour because of the developing weather system behind me that is ever so slightly creeping up on me. I don't have any rain gear or anything on the camera, so this would certainly be a bummer. But we have a 757 on very short final from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in charge of Delta 1161. It's a 757-300. Arriving from LAX at Sun Country 422 with 822 Sierra Yankee in charge in the lovely delivery scheme. It's the very first iteration of the Sun Country paint scheme that the 737s in the fleet wore when they were first delivered to Sun Country. At the start of the 2000s, this livery was the new look for Sun Country as they transitioned from the older classic jets that they phased out of the fleet quickly for those 737 next gens. Then came the simplified titles livery, which we saw earlier in the broadcast in 2017, and then a year later, the famous Tide Pod. And that's the current livery, by the way, the Tide Pod that Sun Country proudly flies. Looks like we have some developing showers off of the distance. Precipitation starting to threaten the fun in his, or to what has already been a great day for spotting weather-wise. All right, there's UPS 2560 Heavy from Louisville about to touch down 30 left. Super cool stuff, folks, right? Gotta love those taxis on mic. Pikachu Plaza asks me, how long have I been up on the ladder for? A fair bit of time. Of course, I stepped down to check the stream health. And, of course, address some of the wonderful comments that you folks may have today. Also to give my arm a break. All right, how about this? We've got a Delta 757-200 charter flight that is about to depart on runway 30 left. Has to wait for an arrival, though, so it's holding short at the threshold. But the 757-200 is going to Pontiac, Michigan. So the 757 is going to Pontiac, Oakland County International Airport, which is actually in the North Detroit metro area. Chat, do you have any potential guesses as to who might be on board? Is it the Wild? Is it the Timberwolves? Now, I don't have the Wild or Timberwolves sports schedules in front of me at the moment. But I'm more than willing to bet it's likely one of the two. The Southwest Flight 1558 off to Chicago Midway. Gliding in from Naptown, that's Indianapolis, Indiana, Delta 1105. Ladies and gentlemen, about ready to go to London Heathrow. It's Delta 10 Heavy with the A330-200. All right, there we go. Got a 30 right departure for you. The next Northwest, A320 for Delta. Delta Flight 1684 to Detroit Metro.
Just curious.
Hey, how are you?
Well, good. All the years I've been here, I've never seen anybody come out here with this kind of contraption.
Oh yeah, we're doing a live broadcast right now, MSP Airport Live.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's similar to all the live plane spotting shows that you'll see at some of the larger airports, but I bring my video production background into it. So, yeah. Going live to YouTube right now. Been streaming earlier, or since 2 o'clock around that time this afternoon today, so maybe earlier. So you have one for a little while. Bring the action to all the aviation enthusiasts at home that can't be out here today.
Wow.
There's a lot involved with the productions that I do. It's typical most people when it comes to live aviation, look at their laptop going, like maybe like a mixer or an audio interface, and it's usually pretty simple. So yeah, I want to maximize the production value, and because we have such a great viewing area and there's great people here at MSP Airport, it's just my way of giving back a little bit. So, okay. For the aviation community. So.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a real deal. We've got accredited sponsors as well. DG Pilot in St. Paul, fantastic aviation collectible store. They also sell local goods as well. Fantastic business. They've supported us early on. Jet Tip, which is an app that's actually for aviation enthusiasts. So actually one of the local aviation enthusiasts that's here in the Twin Cities, he actually created it. So it's
Okay.
pretty cool. So yeah.
Sounds good. Well, enjoy.
Yeah,
Obviously,
Alex,
you
by the
enjoy
way.
what you're doing. Hi, I'm Keith.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Keith.
I work on the airfield, so
Nice.
and outside. We take care of things outside too. All the
So you
surrounding
guys are
streets
always hard at work, and it's fun watching you go about your business. It's really cool. So yeah, we did give you a shout out earlier. We noticed that you guys were working. So
Well, I'm one of the foremen on the maintenance team, so
oh, nice.
yeah,
Yeah, it's just a great day for
it is.
planes
Was.
flying. Well, I mean, at least all that is out of here. There's just it kind of feels like there's a bubble. Ooh, I think that might be 170 on the downwind.
So, all right, you do what you do.
All right, sounds
What
good.
does that mean? Why is he crossing? He's coming from somewhere else, and he's just crossing over the top, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so they're downwind, so they're making a turn. Actually, that looks like a 330. Hard to tell from this vantage point, but they're going to go downwind. They'll circle in line, and they'll acquire the localizer for 30 left, the ILS, and that will guide the aircraft instruments into land on 30 left. So he's getting in position on that descent path, that star arrival. So yeah, it's
With a bigger circle, that's why I was surprised to see him
Yeah.
up above.
yeah, you don't see them cross directly over the airfield like that too often, especially heavy. So yeah. All right, good to meet you. Have a great day. What are the lovely folks at the Metropolitan Airport Commission coming by to say hi? One of the many awesome employees that work to help maintain MSP Airport in top-notch condition. Always hard at work. And passing overhead of our position, it was not 170 heavy. It's kind of hard to tell. On the downwind, And going to be arriving this hour, Delta 165 from Amsterdam. So here we go, you just heard it. The official announcement arriving this hour. Delta 165 with the A330-300 from Schiphol International from the Netherlands. We'll be making a 30 left arrival in just minutes. Right here on MSP Airport Live. Regarding the Delta 757-200 charter that departed to Pontiac, Michigan earlier, they suspect it could be one of the Frozen Four teams. Very likely. Latest wind aerodrome report, also known as a METAR. Winds 250 degrees at 10 knots. Good to have a nice breeze on this stellar day. Things starting to get a little on the windy side again. Nothing that we can't handle, of course. Another live look at the aircraft viewing area. You could see the darker clouds congealing off to the right of your screen. That's where the majority of the precipitation is pelting this part of the metro right now. Thankfully, it's avoided us. And we look to have dodged a real bullet, I'll tell you what. It was looking like I was going to have to run for cover a little bit. Thankfully, that's not the case. So here is a better idea. Here's a better picture, folks, of what we just avoided. Look at all that crap. Very stark contrast to earlier. Also, another reminder, folks, arriving this hour from Seoul, South Korea, the Delta flagship Big Sexy. The A350-900 arriving on 30 lefts. There goes Delta 10 Heavy off to London Heathrow. Going to meet up with the Angry Skies just north of the airfield. There is one more look. That little dot in the distance, that's Delta 10 Heavy. Here's Delta 165 Heavy with a A330-300 from Amsterdam. Clouds continuing to keep away, well, I should say the rain. Clouds starting to roll in over the airfield here at MSP Airport, but as long as we're nice and dry, that's pretty much all I care about at this point. Shumku has a good question for me. What's my favorite airport outside of MSP Airport that I've been to? Or excluding MSP? That's a real tough question. You know what? I'm actually going to have to say Charlotte Douglas. It was kind of a toss-up between DFW and Charlotte. Charlotte was a really nice airport. But I'll tell you what, DFW is a pretty close runner-up. Delta 160 off to Amsterdam will be departing in just a few minutes. We also have a FedEx 757-200 freighter departure as well. Should be very great to hear the roar of the RB211s. For those that are in the know, which engine choice do you prefer on the 757? The Pratt & Whitney PW2000 series or the Rolls-Royce RB211? Which sounds better? Curious to see how many people are going to put in a vote for Rolls-Royce versus Pratt & Whitney. All right, here's Delta 160 Heavy off to Amsterdam with the A330-300. Folks, we have another announcement, another flight announcement. This one is for FedEx 798 Heavy. The big MD-11 coming in on runway 30 left. Now in MSP airspace. And pretty soon, we'll have that glorious MD-11 on final approach for that 30 left landing. Hopefully they can go on Taxiway Mike. We've had a pretty good streak of stuff going on Taxiway Mike today. The wind making it very difficult to get a more stable shot of that FedEx 757 departure. Wind has really picked up here considerably as the cruddier weather continues to move through the Twin Cities metro area. As long as it doesn't come for us here at the viewing area, I'm cool with that. Hoping that we don't have to worry about any precipitation over here until after the FedEx MD-11 FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis, Tennessee lands on 30 left. So that is a light post that is rattling around behind me because that's how intense the winds have been right now. So this is the light pole that's making all the racket behind us as the winds continue to get even more intense. That was SkyWest 4050 off to Rochester, Minnesota. Delta 170 Heavy, our Delta flagship arrival from Seoul, South Korea, now on the downwind. Forward arrival on 30 left, right in front of us. Folks, with the arrival of Delta 170 Heavy and FedEx 798 Heavy, we will conclude our show after the MD-11 or the A350 arrive from their points of origin to MSP Airport. Looking to end the show on a really good note here today. Live look at the weather. And that being off to our north. I think I just felt a few sprinkles. We'll be fine, though. Yeah, at least we're not caught up in that. So that aircraft is one of the fire training areas for the Mac Fire Department. It's actually a DC-9. If you come out to the viewing area often enough, sometimes you might catch the fire department doing a training exercise on that DC-9. I've been out here a couple of times, as frequently as I'm out here to see that happen. When they do, it's pretty cool. There's a little look off to our west. Yeah, looks like all the nasty stuff went around us. Because of how intense the wind has picked up, I'm curious to know what the next METAR, the aerodrome wind report reading, is going to be when it updates next. So the wind data that's on our info bar graphic on the bottom of the screen, that shows the wind report for the aerodrome data, or the wind weather data for MSP Airport. And that updates about every hour. Sorry about that. Didn't look like our macro key worked as intended. All right, looks like we're going to get some sun back. There's yet another look at what's behind us, just behind the aircraft viewing area. That building to the right of your screen is actually the southern end of the FedEx cargo terminal at Minneapolis St. Paul International. Aviation lovers, I am very well aware that there is a Delta A350 that is on final approach. Short final 430 left, and it's Delta 170. Now arriving from Seoul, South Korea. The wind is really coming down with a ferocity. And it's knocking the gimbal around, and this thing is pretty stable, I'll tell you what. It's built like a tank. Really potent winds. Especially on the backside of this weather system that just moved through north of our location. Good to see that the sun came out for Delta 170 Heavy, currently in view, arriving from Seoul, South Korea. All right, now on final approach. And arriving this hour from Memphis, Tennessee, FedEx 798 Heavy with the MD-11F. So this is the last announcement before we get the arrival on 30 left. right, well, there she is, FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis with the MD-11F. All right, folks, well, that'll just about do it for our broadcast at MSP International Airport today. Want to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported and sponsored in part by Jet Tip for a better AvGeek experience. Flight alerts, airport boards, and a diversion tracker. All the cool tools to help you keep track of the cool stuff. And it does it so you don't have to. Subscription start at just $5 a month, and it works on any smartphone or mobile device, tablet, computer, anything with an internet connection. Available on the App Store or Google Play. Visit jettip.net for more information. And also by DG Pilot, the purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. Visit them online at dgpilot.com for amazing aviation model collectibles, Minnesota-made local goods, travel gear, guides, and so much more. Again, visit dgpilot.com. They have a wonderful selection of products. They also are a wonderful team of people, too. Big thank you to Donnie Gardner and DG Pilot's support of MSP Airport live broadcasts. We also want to give a big shout out to our great friends at the Northwest Airlines History Center. For more information on the legacy of the Northwest Airlines story, visit northwestairlineshistory.org on their ever-expanding website. You should also stop by their small museum space inside the Crown Plaza Air Hotel, just a stone's throw away from the Mall of America on the light rail blue line. So if you ever find yourself in Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport on a long layover, or just in the Twin Cities in general, maybe you're coming here for work, or maybe you live here but don't know about it, check them out online. All the details on how to visit the museum and all the archive stuff, all the wonderful information compiled by the great folks at the Northwest Airlines History Center. Visit the link in the billboard on screen. Folks, folks, we'd like to thank you so much for tuning in on this Wednesday afternoon from MSP International Airport. For our entire crew and Michael Larson, I'm Alex Redding, wishing you a wonderful week ahead. As we say adios from the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. Have a good night.
JetTip offers automatic AvGeek flight alerts and filterable arrival departure boards. JetTip monitors every trackable flight in and out of an airport to see if it's unusual there. If the airline, aircraft type, or livery is unusual at that airport, we'll send you a text or an email. We track special liveries, diversions, test beds, and more. In other words, we keep track of the cool stuff so you don't have to. JetTip alerts are flexible and easy to set up. 2 tiers of alerts are issued, depending on the number of aircraft visits in the last 30 days. High priority for the first 2, low for the next 3. You can subscribe to text or email alerts for high priority, low priority, or both at up to 5 airports. JetTip coverage is available at all major US and Canadian airports and works on any smartphone, tablet, or computer with an internet connection. Improve your AvGeek experience. Sign up at jettip.net for your free 7-day trial.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.